Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. First time back here for 2 or 3 weeks actually, so apologies for the slight break. But this is our Christmas live streams, a charity live stream. As always, I try and do a charity live stream at Christmas. So if you are able to give, please do be generous. The charity today is the Alzheimer's Association. As you've been around for a while, you know this is a charity close to my heart, of course, close to my heart. Alzheimer's is an horrific disease, and the Alzheimer's Association help with research, care, prevention, and these are all hugely important things. And so, if you can, please do donate as much as you are able. Um, Added to that, this is an open Q&A. So we've got some questions from my patrons. I will pick up whatever I can from the chat as we are going through. And I think that's probably it. There's been a lot of stuff going on over the last 2 or 3 weeks. I'm sure we will pick up on that as we go through the stream. But let's go to start off with, and the questions I should probably say I've not put them in any particular order this time round, so they're just sort of as they come, really. First of all, Carmen's 58, hi there, saying Merry Christmas, Robert, and to you too. Can ice, the Stark family sword, magically influence the weather? It certainly gets colder on the way back to Winterfell after the execution of a deserter in the Night's Watch in Chapter 1 of Game of Thrones, when it definitely should be getting warmer. And here's a quote. It says, "It seemed colder on the long ride back to Winterfell, though the wind had died by then and the sun was higher in the sky. And then, after the execution of Ned Stark, the effects are even more spectacular. Summer ends and autumn begins." Septon Chale describes the comet as the sword that slays the season. And this description may suggest to us what caused the end of summer and what are comets made of. Ice. Okay, so always love theories. This one, personally, I don't agree with on a few different grounds. Firstly, um, the sword ice itself. I just having a quick think through where we know it's been, and does this have some kind of impact on the weather? The argument is that from the quote you put there is that the closer to Winterfell it gets, the more wintry it gets, the colder it gets. But it goes south with Ned, and is south for quite some time before winter falls. So I don't think that link is there. Personally, I think that language usage we've got there by George R. R. Martin is just to try and show the feel. This is quite uh, um, a somber moment. They've just watched somebody being killed, and he was basically the first person to tell them about the coming of the others. And so the language George R. R. Martin is trying to convey here is that the coming of the others brings winter, and he's sort of showing it as well as anything else. So I think that was what was going on there. I do like sort of the theory, trying to work our way around different ideas here, but kind of connecting the sword with the weather, I don't think that quite works. Added to which, that particular sword, ice, is a Valyrian steel sword, which means that it's a few hundred years old. And for something to be linked into the weather, and it's done by Valyrian magic, so it's not done by magic of the old gods. And for something to be linked in with the weather in that way, or the seasons in that way, then we might expect it to be even older. So there's a whole load of reasons around that, but personally, I come into simply track where the sword ice is at different moments in time, and I don't think there's a correlation between that and the weather. But always happy to be contradicted. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. John March, thank you very much for your donation. Commander Ray saying, imagine if the Starks had a magic sword that controlled the weather. They'd be worshipped. Yeah, absolutely. That would be quite impressive. Mara Lee, thank you so much for your donation. Andrew Weir, very generous. Thank you. Andrew Biederman as well. Thank you so much. And a couple of anonymous donations too. Thank you. I hugely appreciate all of that. Andrew K saying a recent video on the subject really reminded me how bad the weather is at Winterfell, way more so even than the further north locations. Yeah, if you missed that video, I mean, feel free to go and look at the video. But the the thing which we kind of miss when we're thinking about the TV show is the way that on the TV show when winter fell. It wasn't that much, really. There was a little bit of snow on the ground, yes. Stannis was kind of stuck and he couldn't get his army through, yes. But still, it didn't ever get really that bad. When we get to the books and you read the chapters centered around Winterfell towards the end of the story that we've got coming on here. In particular, when you read the Theon chapters that you got in Dance with Dragons, and also the Asha chapter when she's heading towards Winterfell with Stannis, you'll see quite how bad the weather has got. It's not just quite cold there. This is freezing. At Winterfell itself, 6 of the 7 gates have frozen shut. The snow is so bad that Theon holds out his hand. He can barely see his hand in front of him. The snow drift is now, I think it's 40 feet high against the wall, and 40 feet high for non-metric people, I don't know, 13 meters, 40 meters, something in that kind of region. It's very, very high, and it's getting worse. When Theon jumps, when he escapes, he looks down, he can't even see Winterfell anymore. It's covered by snow. And that's how bad it is. It's literally Winterfell has been covered in snow. And then you just have to go a few days away, and yeah, it's cold, but it's nowhere near that cold. We get chapters up at the wall where it's clearly winter's there. They've got some snowdrifts and things as well, but nowhere near that bad. When we see Asher coming towards, with Stannis' army coming towards Winterfell, as they start out, then it's actually quite pleasant. There's clearly no snow on the ground because we read about the grass glistening in the morning sun and things like that. It's a little bit cold, a little bit nippy in the air, but nothing bad. The snow stopped after they'd been marching for a few days. By the time they're a couple of weeks in, then they can barely move. With the snow, they're already horses, and bodies are being left behind in the snow. Their last day, they can barely make it half a mile. This is written that the closer they get to Winterfell, the worse it gets. So the video that Andrew referenced has got some, I hope to think, informed theorizing about why that is. But the clear point is that if you're imagining it being quite cold or wintry at Winterfell, double, treble that. It is ridiculous there. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Kolkar Snark, yeah, just clarifying for people. So some countries, some devices, it doesn't work in terms of the charity donations. I know that YouTube are working on it. If you wish to show your appreciation for what we do on this channel, if you wish to donate to a good cause, then please do just go and I would humbly encourage you to donate to an Alzheimer's Society, but feel free to donate to whoever you wish. So if that doesn't work for you, I completely understand. Do not worry. But if you can donate through here, the guarantee from YouTube is that YouTube, I don't see any, the money never comes to me, through me, doesn't touch me at all. It goes straight from YouTube to the charity. YouTube take nothing out of it as well. And that's the same for, as far as I'm aware, for absolutely every charity stream you'll see elsewhere on YouTube as well. Anonymous, thank you very much for your donation. Willie Biggs, you did manage to do it. And thank you very much. Stephanie Lash, thank you. That's very generous too. Somebody up here, I saw Nick Noyes asking if I have any interest in Joe Abercrombie's works. I do. It's been a while. The Blade itself I read a long time ago, and then can't remember the names of the other ones in that series, but I made my way a little way into that. I very much enjoyed Gerard Abercrombie's work. I think I heard somewhere that there was potentially a TV show or something in the works. I'm not 100% sure, but yes, I really enjoyed them when I read them. When I get more time, then yes, I'll dive back into them. But yeah, for those who haven't, Joe Abercrombie is excellent, and actually kind of in the same oeuvre as George R. R. Martin, the kind of more sort of grim, dark kind of fantasy as well. So if you like that kind of stuff, do check that out. Michelle Raimo, thank you so much for the donation. Carl Kosnock saying Abercrombie has a new book out soon. Good. Right, let's go to a question from 444 in Poland. Actually, I was looking forward to this. Not so much a question as letting us know what's going on, because if you missed it, Andrzej Sapkowski, New Year's resolution for next year, I will learn to pronounce his name correctly. The writer of The Witcher has a new book out, a new Witcher book out. It is out in Polish now. It's been out for the last couple of weeks or so. We haven't got a confirmed date for an English translation, but well, I'll come on to timings on that in just one second. But it has been out for long enough that we're starting to get people who've read it in Polish, and 444 is sort of giving us an update here, saying the new Witcher book is the biggest bestseller in years in the Polish literature market, which is excellent. Most reviewers and readers agree that this is a better book than Season of Storms, which was the standalone novel that he most recently wrote in the Witcher world, which I quite liked, I have to say. Sapkowski's writing is still strong. Geralt is very... There are no spoilers here, just so you know, but this is a kind of a nice little summary of what's going on. Geralt here is very young, naive, makes errors, but is somehow fascinating to see a journey from this non-experienced Witcher to the Geralt we all know. On the other hand, it seems that Sapkowski may have seen Nightmare of the Wolf and Blood Origin and didn't like it, as he reveals a lot about the Witcher's origins and the circumstances of the attack on Kaer Morhen by an angry mob, which are things, obviously, which were quite controversial when those TV shows came out. Structurally, the book consists of many short chapters with micro-stories, which creates something closer to the short stories collection feel, but it's still a novel. And then 444 says that I believe the book can be translated into English before the new Witcher anime premieres, which is in February. And Sapkowski admitted that he's writing a new book, which he thinks will be ready in 3 to 4 years. Probably a Witcher one. Okay, so there's a lot of information there, but in terms of timing, so yes, the Polish version has come out. Polish language version has come out because he's Polish, of course, and this is massive. I think in a lot of sort of the English-speaking world, we don't quite realise quite how massive he is in Poland. How much it also builds on Eastern European and particularly Polish kind of folklore, folk legend, things along those lines. We see the stuff that we recognise, but there's a whole extra layer of stuff going on there as well. In terms of the translation, I think you gave a few examples of how long translations have taken in the past. I think that's entirely reasonable to say that, maybe 3 months seems about right. There is, of course, the issue that even after it's been translated, then we get the actual publication, the promotion. This will be quite a big deal elsewhere in the world as well. February seems reasonable. I don't think it's going to be before February. The reason why we're saying February is that there is another animated adventure on Netflix, a Geralt adventure on Netflix, Sirens of the Deep, which is based on a Witcher short story, which they didn't cover in the main Witcher Netflix series. And I'm quite looking forward to it, I have to say. Geralt is being voiced by Doug Cockle, who did Geralt in the Witcher video games. And I think most people's working assumption would be that was going to happen, or it was going to get released in around Christmas, which is when the last 3 or 4 years there's been a Witcher TV show on Netflix at Christmas. This time, though, no. they've pushed it back to February. Now, I think they will be very aware of the fact that there is another Witcher book coming out. There will be a lot of positive publicity about Witcher things at that time, and I think that Netflix, being a very clever organisation, will probably want to tie this in with that. So my instinct is that the two will happen at roughly the same sort of time. So yeah, February would be my guess, but I have no inside information on that. Body Satva, thank you very much for the donation. Martin S, thank you very much. Land of Always Winter, thank you too. If I've missed anybody with the donations, I apologise. The chat does go through reasonably quickly, so apologies if I missed some of these. Now, somebody. So a few questions just in the chat. Let's go through. So Martin S asking if I've watched June Prophecy. Yes. So I think this has been out since. Well, I've started watching it since I last did a live stream. If you've missed it's on HBO. So in the UK, for example, you can get it on the Sky Atlantic, Now TV. I go through. June Prophecy is a big budget, 6 episodes only, TV show, and this is a prequel, I think is probably the best way of saying this, to the main Dune movies that we have. Now, it's set 10,000 years or so beforehand, which, if you're up with your Dune knowledge, means that this is way back just after the Butlerian Revolt, I think they called it, when humanity turned against the thinking machines, against AI, basically. And we get the early days of the Bene Gesserit, and I really like it. I think it's really, really good. I genuinely say this is one of the best TV shows that I've seen all year. I would put it up there. I really enjoyed things like House of the Dragon. I really enjoyed The Penguin, which was out quite recently as well. I'm sure there's a few other things I can't remember. But yeah, it's quite a slow burn. The last episode hasn't dropped yet, so I'll slightly withhold judgment to see whether they land the ending. But yeah, I just think in terms of world immersion, I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think it's got a really great cast as well. A lot of faces that you'll recognise from elsewhere. So yeah, I would recommend it myself. Nicola Jurican asking about my thoughts on the Witcher 4 announcement. I said there's a lot of things going on. So Witcher video games, there's quite a few that we've been told about. There's going to be a new sort of, I think it's an MMORPG, basically, big online world. They're remaking The Witcher 1. But probably the biggest news is the new Witcher trilogy that they're working on. Now, this follows on from the Witcher trilogy that we've already got. I know not everyone's a video gamer, but the Witcher games are really good, and they fit in really well with the feel of The Witcher, actually pretty well with the lore because they happen after the books, so you can just see where the story carries on. They they announced they were doing this a year or so ago. They've been working at it obviously in the background, and they produced a trailer a few days, maybe a week or so ago, a trailer for The Witcher 4, which is actually pretty long. I think off the top of my head, it was something like 6 minutes long. It's not a gameplay trailer, but it's a full trailer. And what can I say about that? Well, no spoilers on this. This has been out for a little while now. It looks great, is the first thing. It captures the feel, I would argue, of kind of like the early Witcher stories, as well as the Witcher video games. The main protagonist appears to be Ciri. Now, this has caused a little bit of debate and to and fro in internet circles. Personally, this makes absolute sense in terms of fitting in with the video game canon. One of the endings of The Witcher 3 is Ciri training to be a Witcher, so for her to become a Witcher makes kind of sense. Um, my only concern from a gameplay perspective is she's pretty powerful already, and I personally like starting out with characters where you can have to build up the skills rather than you go in already as a mega powerful person who can pretty much take on almost any other human there and probably most of the monsters without too much trouble. But I'm sure they'll find a way around that. Uh, Overall thought, it looks really good. Um, There's a quick flick through. I'm sure there were some more comments in here that I saw going through. Mark Sheeser asking what Gimli's tax policies are as Lord of the Glittering Caves. I don't know. Sounds like that could be a good idea for a video title. Uh, um, Uli Biggs asking about my playlist, Robert Rhaegar, Leanna, and all that. Yeah, that I did. I took that down and I'm redoing them slowly, so you will start to see a few of them reappear over the course of the next few weeks to months. I am holding back simply because of the stage play. If you missed this, this is a fully authorized by George R. R. Martin, and he's been fully involved in it. He's not technically writing it, but you can be sure he's got vetoes and things like that. A Game of Thrones stage play, but specifically this is a stage play about the tourney at Harrenhal. Now, this has to tell us more than we already know because we know a lot of details, but all at quite a high level. So we will learn more, and once we do, then I will feed that into a lot of those videos, and you'll start to see them coming out thick and fast after that. So do not worry, they will be back. Um, Somebody was talking about the Andrew Kay, the Duncan Egg series, Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Was it pushed back until later in 2025 than originally planned? Yeah, so we've never had an official date for this. So to say it's pushed back, I think HBO would argue that it's not been pushed back. They just hadn't decided when they were going to launch it, but really it has, I think. So this was finished a while ago, a couple of months or so ago. It is, as far as I know, just 6 episodes long. There's obviously not going to be dragons or anything like that in it, so post-production won't be as intensive as for something like House of the Dragon. So most of us assumed maybe a 6-month post-production period, which would put it spring-ish. George R. R. Martin then, when he last spoke about it, on a blog, he said it would be coming in early 2025. That got changed subtly. When if you refreshed the page, you would see that the word early got removed, which seems to imply either he realised that he didn't know that, or somebody from HBO came on the phone and said, George, it might not be early 2025. But 2025 was what we were told. Since then, we've had a couple of slightly conflicting reports. One saying summer, one saying late. It will happen in 2025. I think the idea it's going to be in the first half now seems unlikely. So the second half of 2025, we will be getting Duncan Egg, or Night of the Seven Kingdoms Season 1. Which is also, just as we're talking about filming timings, we had Ryan Condal. He has a podcast. He's a props nerd. I love people who are nerds about weird things. He's a nerd about film and TV props. And on that podcast, which was I think just yesterday or something, he sort of basically said that he was going to be starting work. He didn't quite use this phrasing. I'm paraphrasing, but he was going to be working pretty much full time on this from early next year. That doesn't mean that filming was going to be starting straight away, but I think the working assumption is that filming is going to start in about March of next year and carry on probably all the way through to pretty much near the end of the year. So we might expect, therefore, House of the Dragon, we were never expecting it 2025. 2026, yes, but probably not in the first half of 2026. So maybe expect House of the Dragon Season 3 to be in the second half or late 2026, which perhaps makes a bit more sense of the Dunk and Egg thing, because they're probably wanting to pace the Game of Thrones spin-off shows so that they are happening about one a year. That seems to kind of make sense from a kind of a scheduling perspective, but that's yeah, pure guesswork. As I say, again, I've not got anything, any inside knowledge on that one. Callie Summers, thank you so much for the donation. And so that's saying Terry Incognito say I started reading June, but then I stopped taking the bus to work. I mean, it's tough when you run out of your reading periods of time and you have to carve out another niche. Let's go. I think that's me largely caught up in the chat. Shantanu David saying I'm not allowed to donate here in India. Anywhere else I could. Perhaps one of the moderators could find a link to Alzheimer's Association or something, and put it up. That would be really helpful. So for people who can't donate through here, that would be really kind. Official Home saying, I've never caught you live, but I always catch you later. Well, great to see you now. Thank you so much for being here. Gina Z, thank you so much. Very kind donation. And Ellen Fredrickson saying, your delight to listen to your videos have increased both my interest and knowledge of the George R. R. Martin universe significantly. Well, thank you very much. Let's go to another question from one of my patrons. Commander Ray, 2 questions about the Rings of Power. Firstly, the dwarves have always been a favourite fantasy race ever since I read The Hobbit, and I want to ask what story we can expect to be told about them going forward. Second, The One Ring is coming, and I want to get your take on what powers we'll see it show beyond what we've already seen. And as a bit of a tie-in, will you play the Shadow of Mordor / war games, particularly for the lore around the Ringmakers? Okay, well, talking about video games, I had this idea about a year ago. I never went through with it, but I still like the idea of playing lore playthroughs of a few video games. I enjoy video games. I'm not a hardcore gamer, so it's not the video wouldn't be for the joy of watching me 100%ing any games or anything like that, but going through the areas, exploring the worlds, and talking about the book lore that this is showing us, or expanding on, or sometimes contradicting. I've not played all the way through those games. I did play quite a bit of Shadow of Mordor many years ago. Memories of that there's quite a lot contradictory to Tolkien lore in that one, but it was quite a fun game to play. So yeah, maybe that will be on the list. The One Ring, in terms of what powers that they will show it have on the Rings of Power, I mean, the powers. I mean, Tolkien's reasonably clear. I think we can see what powers the ring has. If they wish to add more to that, then I suppose they can do that. They've got the rights to make a TV show with anything they want. I wouldn't wish to speculate on it. Personally, I hope that they stick as claw accurate as possible when it comes to the One Ring in particular, because that is clearly central to all of this. As for the dwarves, I can give a slightly longer answer in this one, because in the lore, the dwarves' involvement now largely dies away in the Second Age. They do make a few little appearances here and there. Don't get me wrong, there are some dwarves who appear in the Last Alliance at the very end of the Second Age, and there's a couple of other appearances of them. But broadly speaking, after we get Sauron's sacking of Eriador, then they close the doors on Castle Doom, and that's it. They're then largely locked in. They don't come out and treat with people all that much. They had got a really good and strong working relationship with Celebrimbor, but obviously that's gone. So we don't see huge amounts about them. And the next time they have a real sort of impact in the wider world is the follow up to what happens with Durin's Bane, which is quite a way into the Third Age. So, are the Rings of Power just going to get the dwarves to close the door and then leave them alone? No, I'm 99.99% certain they won't. The dwarves have been one of the hits of the show. People really like the dwarves. They and for what it's worth, although I don't like all of the dwarf storylines, I have to say particularly King Durin, Durin the Elder, I thought was as good a portrayal as a dwarf as I've seen on screen. I thought he did that really well. So what are they going to do? Well, I think they teed this up in the last episode of season 2. They had this meeting, and Durin, the new King Durin, Prince Durin as was, says, right, now send messages off to Elrond saying we'll always come out and help him whenever he needs it. And then I think it was Narvi comes up and says, but we've got a problem because the dwarves of the Blue Mountains are angry because they say that we owe them money. And then there's the matter of your brother who is claiming that he should be king. So those appear to be the presenting issues that they will be doing as plots going through in season 3. Personally, the thing that they didn't mention there, which I would have had as top of my list of concerns, is the fact that they got a massive Balrog that they've literally seen just the other side of quite a thin stone wall. They should not really have encountered that until much later, but I suspect that they will now say that they're going to call it Durin's Bane, and then they may well conflate that with the Third Age story later. That just seems to be the way they're going with it. So that's the stories we got. Basically, Durin is going to have to consolidate his hold on power, and at some point the Balrog will come back. That's the broad feeling that I've got around that. Jamie the Guy, thank you very much for the donation. And having a quick flick through the chat. Jamie the Guy saying, from rereading the series, I find it weird that the Westerlings are still very close to the Lannisters. Is it possible that they used their daughter as a honey trap, unknown to her? Hashtag tinfoil. I mean, I don't think it's massive tinfoil. A lot of people have worked their way through this. Basically, Tywin cut a deal. As far as we can tell, he cut a deal with Jane Westerling's mother. That seems to be the very clear implication of what we've got going, or for what the story tells us. And as a result, they will survive, and rather than getting on the wrong side of Tywin Lannister, they will get rewarded richly. So yeah, that does seem to be the argument. Land of Always Winter saying, I'd argue the books, this is responding to the dwarves issue, I'd argue the books don't say one way or the other whether the dwarves interact with outsiders during that time period. Yeah, I mean, it's largely silent on that. I would agree on that point. I think that what I was saying is not so much whether they interact with them, is whether they interact with the main story. In terms of Numenor, no, they don't really interact with that main story. And then in terms of the War of Sauron and the Elves, beyond the bit that we know about, there doesn't seem to be huge amounts there. In terms of the War of the Last Alliance, we don't hear of a huge dwarf detachment coming and joining in with that. So their significant impact in the significant events is significantly limited, if that's a better way of putting it. And let's go to Andrew Kay saying, not sure if Warner worked with an outside studio, but the June series looks visually incredible. No budget restrictions there, it seems. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, even if you don't like the story for whatever reason, I think it looks amazing. And Land of Always Winter saying agreed on the Dwarf Point. Good. Like it when we can come to an agreement. Right, let's go to Benjamin saying they'll just pin some planks over the rocks and pretend the Balrog isn't there. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's just a Balrog. Let's go to a question from Michelle Araimo, who I think is in the chat. Hi there, Michelle, saying happy holidays. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season. Yeah, I should just say, if you're watching this live or in the next few days, if you do celebrate Christmas, then happy Christmas to you. This will be my last live stream before Christmas. In fact, I think next Thursday's the 26th. So, yes, of course, it's my last live stream before Christmas. So, if you celebrate, happy Christmas. Michelle saying, mine is a fun Christmas-themed question. Which house would you wish to celebrate the holidays with the most? This is in the Song of Ice and Fire. I think I would choose House Tyrell. The food from the Reach, wine from the Arbor, and getting to listen to Elena make fun of Mace and gossip with her in general would be so much fun. What about you? I mean, I think that's probably the right answer, and I think that's the one I would go with. It's certainly where I've whenever I get, and I do get this question from time to time, whenever I get the question, where would you most want to live in Westeros? I think the answer has to be the Reach. I think the answer has to be Highgarden, for largely all the reasons you've given there. So I think this has to be the correct answer. I think in the north it would be very, very cold, but a few kind of left field choices just to sort of add in, but by all means in the chat, a pine here. I'll try and read a few of them out. I think randomly, I would quite enjoy a Bear Island Christmas, I have to say, simply because although our view of Bear Island is kind of coloured by the fact that Jorah Mormont, obviously, when he brought his fancy wife back from down south, and then she arrived there and she got bored and all the rest of it, we do get a few glimpses of what it's like on Bear Island, and it seems to be incredibly beautiful. Pine trees, waterfalls, mountains, bountiful amounts of sort of game in the forests, good fishing, and then they have this kind of the way it's kind of described is this kind of like almost kind of, if you imagine kind of a Viking longhouse kind of idea, and I just imagine you have like the roasting boar on a spit, the mead going everywhere. I mean, I think there would probably be quite a good time there, and it would look beautiful outside. So I think that's one slightly more left field choice. Another probably would be the Eyrie, but not the Eyrie so much as the Vale, because when it gets to winter, they leave the Eyrie and they come down. And I was just reading just the other day the chapter when Sansa, as Elaine, makes the journey down south, and she travels most of the way with Miranda Royce, who is a fantastic and fun character, and convinces me that there will be quite a party going on down there when it came to Christmas. She would be able to match Elena, if not for barbed comments, then certainly for the gossip. And I think that we sometimes forget that the Vale itself is probably as fertile as the Reach. The only problem is that the Vale is just literally one long, thin valley. But if you're going to have a feast, then I think they would have a whole load of excellent stuff then, added to which they can get stuff in from Gulltown nice and easily over from Essos. So, yeah, there's a couple of left field choices. Let's see whether there's any things in the chat here. Land of Always Winter saying, if you can avoid the mountain clans, good point. Carl Kosnark saying Tormund and Robert would be in heaven. Absolutely. Could you imagine Tormund as a drinking partner at Christmas? I mean, I doubt I'd last very long with him, but it would be fun while it lasted. Agree. Weirwood saying the water gardens. Yeah, that would be very nice. A little bit warm for me. I'd like Christmas. I'd like Christmas just a little bit. A little bit cold, so you can snuggle with a nice crackling wood fire. Let's have a flick back through. The Fist of the First Men, Mrs. Robbie OB saying would make a good ski resort. Shelley J saying Winterfell seems like a cozy spot for Christmas. Yeah, so Winterfell, of course, has the hot springs, and the hot springs they pump the boiling water all around the castle, so the castle, even in the depths of winter, stays warm because the walls stay warm. They don't really talk about it much after they explain it, but if you go to Winterfell and you put your hand on the wall itself would be warm. And so that would be absolutely lovely. And of course, they've got their glass gardens heated by these hot springs, which allow them to be growing all kinds of food all through the year. The Arbor, Zach Jammaster says, a very flea-bottom Christmas. Yeah, I don't know whether a bowl of brown screams Christmas to me, but I know what you mean. Whoever's talking about the Boltons, no. And Commander Ray saying the Starks, good family time and puppies. Yeah, absolutely. Andrew K saying, don't know about Bear Island for a Christmas holiday, not to live, but maybe a brief stop. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all, I'm talking Christmas. You don't have to stay there for long. You just go visit the Mormonts for a week or so. Benjamin saying, I watched interviews with the production team behind Dune. This is Dune Prophecy. And it's clear they simply had a cohesive vision and good management, competent filmmaking. It's all it takes sometimes, isn't it? Okay, let's. Where have we got anything? A very Bolton Christmas pork on the menu. No, please, people, no more Bolton Christmas talk. It doesn't make me happy. Who is Callie? Donation. Thank you very much. A thin family Christmas special, guys. This is not the way I'm wanting this to go. Okay, now let's go to. Commander Ray, left field choice, the Lannisters, because Tywin would literally buy the best gifts. Well, if you like gold, that's the place to go. Right, let's go to a question from Commander Ray. Greetings, Robert. I hope all is well. Excited for the live stream. I think you're in the chat, so hi. I have a few questions about Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. First, wanted to ask about The Witcher. The new book is coming in a new game. I wanted to know if you'll make videos and possibly even a live stream covering the books in the new year. I listened to the books and have just bought physical copies. I'm looking forward to reading. Well, excellent. So, yes, there will be more Witcher content coming. So in terms of what, if my guess is right, then I think February is roughly the time when people are going to be most interested in The Witcher. I will probably do something covering, maybe talking about the short story that Sirens of the Deep is based on, which is fantastic. I've got a couple of Witcher videos that I've kind of half written, and I'm waiting for the time to do them. One explaining Nilfgaard. Lots of people aren't entirely sure about what are all these interminable wars with Nilfgaard. Where are they? What are they doing? Are they invading everywhere? Are they retreating? Who's winning? So the Nilfgaard Wars, I've got a video coming out on that, and I definitely will cover the new book. I will probably do some sort of summary, I think, for people who haven't got time to read the book. Maybe a spoilery one, maybe a non-spoilery one. I will have to see. And yes, I will almost certainly do a live stream. Yeah, a lot of Witcher content, probably February, March time, I would have thought. And having a quick flick through. Draken June saying, why do people think Aegon is a fake when he's backed by John Connington? Tyrion seems to believe them, so why shouldn't we? Well, Tyrion, I mean, I will have another read through this. My take on Tyrion from memory is not that he necessarily believes that this is the real Aegon, but that uh, he believes he is, and that will rally people behind him. So he's a pragmatist, is Tyrion. So actually, the truth of it matters less. Um, in terms of John Connington, um, he's well. First of all, he's a Rhaegar. I was going to say he's a Rhaegar fanboy. He seems to have been in love with Rhaegar, as far as we can tell. And for if he having basically been kicked out of Westeros. He was going to drink himself to an early death, kind of gets rescued and given a new mission to mentor Rhaegar's son. Yeah, everything about him is going to be wanting to do this. So John Connington does come across as reasonably credible, but I don't think we should take him saying or believing necessarily that this is Aegon the Sixth as being an indicator that it 100% is. The reason why people think this is a fake, um, I'm doing a whole video on that one, so I will sort of pick up on that in that video. But it's as much the imagery and symbolism that we've got going on there, as well as the hints about Illyrio and what his motivation is. Draken June saying maybe I just want to believe it too. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, um, let's go to a question. So Mara Lee, hi there, Mara. If you're there, saying my only question is, what do we have to look forward to this year in terms of shows, books, and any movies regarding A Song of Ice and Fire and The Lord of the Rings, etc. Here's wishing you, Dan, and the family a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Well, thank you very much indeed. Well, I've mentioned a few things already, but let me quickly rattle through what we've got. So we've got a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms adaptation of The Hedge Knight, the first Duncan Egg short story, or novella, I should probably say. That's second half of the year. Wheel of Time season 3, finally, that we did get a release date for that. I think it's in March. But that's coming soon. Andor season 2. I loved Andor season 1. Andor season 2 is coming out this year as well. We've talked about the Witcher book and the anime and the stage play. Pardon me, the stage play, which I also mentioned a little bit ago. The Tony at Harrenhal stage play. That's George R. R. Martin says he is hoping for this year. So where that seems to got to is it's been written. They have now shown it to a number of different theatres who have, from what he says, who have been very keen to put this on. This is the way, as I understand it, the theatre business works, is that then obviously some theatres they run with the same thing for years and years and years, but some of them just have shorter runs, and so they're always looking out for something new to come. So they have had a number of theatres interested, so it's then a matter of deciding where they're going to go, and then obviously they'll have to go through the production and casting and things like that. But George R. R. Martin is hopeful of 2025. So we've got a lot of things. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things to be looking to, which is all good. Alhad saying, hi Robert, hope you're well. When did the Alchemists Guild come to King's Landing? What is their history before coming to King's Landing? So the Alchemists Guild is actually a little bit of a mystery. They get lots of mentions, but where they're from is never really set out. in terms of when they came to King's Landing, the earliest mention that I think we've got for them is in Fire and Blood. It's quite near the end, after the Dance of the Dragons. At the time of Aegon III, we get a mention of the Ancient Guild of Alchemists. Now, they're often called the Ancient Guild of Alchemists. Seems to imply so. Even then, they've been around for a long time. So, when did they move to King's Landing? Certainly at some point in the first 150 years of of it existing. So King's Landing, don't forget, is only 300 years old. It only started when the Targaryens invaded. So that's how long they've been in King's Landing, but they have been around a lot longer. This is what we're told when Tyrion. Pardon me, I've got a bit of a cough at the moment. I do apologise. When Tyrion goes there in a Clash of Kings and he goes to find out about the wildfire, he thinks this. Once theirs had been a powerful guild, but in recent centuries, the maesters of the Citadel had supplanted the alchemists almost everywhere, which seems to imply that they'd been around, as I say, it says in recent centuries, so they have been around for quite a few centuries, if not millennia. The maesters obviously have been around for an incredibly long time, but where they came from initially, we do not know. Alf had also asked about Cersei, and when did Cersei come to know about Maggie the Frog's prophecy? I remember it was around the time when Tywin proposed her marriage to Rhaegar. Is it before or after Tywin's birth? Yeah, so you remember right that this was when Tywin was Hand and Aerys II, the Mad King, was in power. He came over to Lannisport. And Tywin was showing off big time. And Tywin's big plan was to marry his daughter to Aerys' son, and which just by this point, for context, the Targaryens, the family tree had whittled itself down to the extent that they only had the one son at the time, Rhaegar, and so he couldn't be marrying any other Targaryens, which the Targaryens obviously like to do. So Tywin saw his opportunity and thought, well, maybe we can marry into the Targaryens this time. Other families have in the past. Maybe it's our turn. And he stages this huge tourney. Rhaegar's there, and Cersei gets told. Her Aunt Jenna tells her, "Oh, and you'll be betrothed. By the end of this, you're going to be betrothed to Prince Rhaegar," and this puts her in such a good mood that she goes off to Maggie the Frog there. Now, that is, we're told, when she was 10. So just in terms of the context here, this puts it around the year, I think, 276. Tyrion is born in the year 273. So Tyrion is around at this point, but he's still very, very young. Let's have a quick flick through. Christina B. What is your favourite change or expansion from Fire and Blood to House of the Dragon Season 2? For me, it's between the Battle of Rook's Rest and Hugh's character as a whole. Yeah, so there were quite a few. Changes is probably the wrong way of saying it. But we have to always remember with the House of the Dragon adapting from Fire and Blood compared to certainly the first half of Game of Thrones adapting from A Song of Ice and Fire, is that season 1, say, of Game of Thrones was 10-episode season adapted from 700-page book, roughly. So their bigger problem was, what bits do we take out? The Dance of the Dragons as a whole is, and I've not checked exactly what it is, but let's say it's somewhere around 100 pages or so. And that has to fit into whatever they're going to do, 4 seasons. And so actually for each season, we're talking 25 pages, maybe. For some of them, for this season, in fact, even less. And some events just get mentioned in the matter of a few sentences. So what they're doing in House of the Dragon is adding a lot of the time, which they have to do in order to make the TV show. That's not a criticism on my part. They have to add to it. And some things work really well, some things perhaps work slightly less well. The two things you mentioned, I do like both of them. What the changes and the emphases in the Battle of Bucharest, I think, work really well. Adding to the characters of the Dragon Seeds, all of them, I think, has been great, rather than just having these kind of mystery characters. I think giving Hugh a kind of a background to make us understand and where he's going to go and probably why he's going to do what he does, I think that's excellent. I really like, I mean, particularly in season 1, but then they moved it into season 2 with Helena, making her more of a dragon dreamer. I thought was really good. The thing that in season 2 in particular, and I have to be quite precise about this, I loved the way they made Harrenhal. Having said I'm going to be quite precise, I'm going to use the phrase spooky dooky. The way they made Harrenhal spooky dooky by making it so linked in with the Weirwood network, making it very clear that the Weirwood tree is there and is central to things. As a weirwood bed, if you look in the walls, you can see the roots of the weirwood tree are moving into the castle. It's like it's trying to reclaim the castle, reclaim that land. And I think that's fantastic. The bit I had to be careful about was that I don't think necessarily the shift they did into Damon's storyline, all of that worked particularly well. But I think the fact that they made Harrenhal almost a character itself, I think, worked very well. And Andrew Kay saying, I did like Harrenhal's spooky vibe, but I think they overdid it. A shortened season didn't need 4+ episodes of Vision. That's exactly the point. Yeah, I'm trying to make. So I think that the distinction between Harrenhal, how it is as a place, and how they used it, I think I would say I really liked one, wasn't so sure on the other. And a quick flick through. Commander Ray saying, like how Peter Jackson added to The Hobbit so he could make 3 films. No, I don't think it's like that. I don't. It's although I did rewatch the Hobbit films quite recently, and I have to say, particularly the first film, I held up really well. A lot better than I remember them. So if you've not seen them for a long time, do go back and have a look at them. Yeah, so adding 2 is there's a difference between necessarily adding 2 in order to make something work, which is what I think they're doing in House of the Dragon. They don't always. That not everything's going to be perfect. They don't always get it right, but they're adding 2 in order to try and make things work. And with The Hobbit, they added 2 in order to try and make 3 films. And that for me is the big difference. Land of Always Winter. Excellent live research here. So, Land of Always Winter saying it appears on pages 391 through 568. This is the Dance of the Dragons. So, let's see how good my math is. That's 168, 177. 177 pages, which is spread over 4 seasons. So you're talking less than 50 pages per season. So each episode has got, certainly less than 10 pages, depending on how many episodes in the season has. Some characters have almost no descriptions of them, and so in order to portray the character, they have to add something to that. And Commander Ray saying, I think them cutting the season to 8 episodes hurt it so much. I would absolutely agree. That was the first. The first 4 episodes, I think, worked really well in House of Dragon season 2. I think the second 4, you could tell that they were chopping and changing a little bit. This wasn't the writer's fault. This was a decision made by HBO. at a very late stage, with the writer's strike looming. So they had a very short period of time to rewrite things, and they knew that they wouldn't be able to rewrite things as they were filming because the writer's strike was going on, and they probably would have done a bit of that when they could see what was working and what wasn't. So I have sympathy with the writers over that one. I've actually got probably more hopes for season 3 than most other people do for that very reason. Right, let's go to a question from Ranabe Mitra. Season's greetings, saying, in your Winterfell series, that's the series of videos I'm sort of currently working my way through, you mentioned that Ned's spirit travelled back to the crypts, and Bran or Rickon could sense this as his death happened many miles away. Could you speculate exactly what magic makes a Stark King's spirit do this action upon death? Is this related to that last Bran vision where he saw an old Brandon Stark get sacrificed and potentially bound by blood to the Winterfell heart tree? Well, yes, I think so, is the short answer. For those who haven't watched that video series, what we're talking about here is the fact that I spent a couple of videos building up to the fact that we read about the crypt, the Winterfell crypt, and the statues in particular, as if the old Stark Kings are there. Every single time people go past them, it's like they feel the statues are staring at them. Ned can feel his ancestors judging him while he's there. And this isn't just like a one-off Ned's active imagination. This is almost everyone who goes down there, almost every time it's mentioned. It's like the statues are staring at you. The spirits of the Starks are there. We get the legends of the Stark spirits being bound in the crypts. And so you can then say, well, okay, if that's the case, we would expect when a Stark Lord dies that their spirit must go to the crypts in some way. As it happens, we have 2 examples of Stark Lords dying during A Song of Ice and Fire. One of them we don't get to see because this is during that 1.5, 2 book gap where we don't have any chapters in Winterfell at all. That's when Robb dies, so we've no idea what happens then. But we do know what happens when Ned dies, because we have a Bran chapter, and Bran becomes convinced that his father is down in the crypts, and Rickon becomes convinced that his father is down in the crypts. And Summer, Bran's direwolf, doesn't want to go into the crypts, starts backing away and growling. Hodor gets to the top of the crypts and does not want to go in. George R. Martin has confirmed it's not that Hodor doesn't want to go to the crypts. Generally, it's just at that particular moment in time. Something is going on. And the people who can speak say it's because Ned's spirit has gone there somehow. And after that, at the end of that chapter, we learn that's when those characters learn that actually, yes, he has died. It's quite a fun chapter because all the way through it, Maester Luwin's saying, oh, no, it's just your imagination. Magic like this doesn't really exist. And then at the very end, they get the Raven and say, oh, you were right. So there's a lot going on there. But it seems that Ned's spirit soul, whatever it is, does return to the crypts at that particular moment in time. Now, what magic is that? So it's some kind of magic which happened at the founding of the crypts. If this happens to every Stark Lord, then this is something that happens at the founding of the crypts. So it has to be something at the founding of Winterfell, and big magic, we know, requires big sacrifice. The sacrifice that you're referring to is when Bran, he sees through the weirwood tree in Winterfell. He sort of seems to go back through time, starting off with some things quite recently. He goes all the way back through time. The chronologically earliest vision he has is of a sacrifice of somebody before the weirwood tree. And the language George R. R. Martin uses is deliberately not clear. He says Brandon could feel the taste of blood in his mouth, and it's not clear whether he means Bran or the person who's being killed is called Brandon. Does it even matter? So, yes, my working theory, and this is, I'll come out with this is probably in about 2 videos' time in that series. My working theory is that, yes, that probably was the sacrifice which bound the spirits, the souls of the Stark Lords in perpetuity into the Winterfell crypt, stops them going wherever they want to go and binds them there. Ranabir Mitra, love the stream with Jason Kingsley. Yeah, if you've missed it, I would recommend. This is an interview I did with the Modern Knight, who's a guy who, in a very serious, proper way, he enacts being a knight. He takes part in jousts. He looks after his horses. In fact, when he came, when he came for his interview with me just before we went on air, he had to pick some straw out of his hair because he'd just been going and feeding his horses. And we had a really good chat. I put this on 2-3 weeks ago, so do go and check that out. And I wanted to put some real practical questions to him, and one of them was this thing that had been sort of bothering me for some time, talking about how likely was it. Do go and watch this if you want to get his whole take. He talked very knowledgeably about this. How likely was it that you could aim, if you're jousting, you can aim for like a eye slipped? Because that seems to me, I don't ride a horse, and I've never jousted, but it seems like quite a talent. If you're charging towards someone and they're charging towards you, and you've got this really long pole arm to just get the very end of that pole arm exact, that seemed quite an exact science. And what he said was that he also had this thought: how easy would that be? And so he put a mark on a sort of a thing hanging from a tree, size of a visor slit. And he charged at it and went to see whether he could hit it. And he said he got it on the 4th go. And he tried it a few more. I think he said it on the 4th go anyway. He tried it a few more times after that. He didn't manage it. But he felt that, yeah, he probably, with a little bit of practice, he could probably do it something like it 1 in 4 times. If you're professional at it and practicing every day, and that's the thing that you really want to do, then you could probably improve that. You could never be 100% accurate, but it's certainly a skill you could learn. So that's something. Yes, there's a when you get in the 3rd Dunk and Egg story. Actually, I said all that before I read the question out. Silly me. Anyway, Random Mitra was saying, did his statements about using lances during jousts make you think of Uthor Underleaf trying to kill Dunk by aiming between his eyes? I wanted to ask if you think Dunk and Egg will meet Uthor again in future Dunk and Egg novellas. Well, on the first bit, yeah, that was one of the things I was thinking about. Definitely when I was asking him about that. But it's a trope more broad than that, of course. We've all seen films where the baddie is aiming to do that. As for whether he will, so Uthor Underleaf is a really interesting character in that he's we're often presented like jousting in the world of Ice and Fire as being this noble sport, and the winner of the tourney is clearly the best. But it turns out, when you get into the Dunk and Egg stories, that there's this whole kind of undercurrent about what's going on. Obviously, we kind of guess that a few times that somebody might throw a joust to try and gain favour with the person they're up against, or maybe somebody could get bribed for something or other. These things do happen. But it turns out, so Uthor Underleaf is a professional jouster, it would appear. And he goes from tourney to tourney, and Dunk says, I've never heard of you. You've never won any tourneys. He says, no, of course. That doesn't mean I'm not the best. What it means is that he wins enough each time because this is a very lucrative business. You have to hand over your armor, a horse, whatever, to the person who defeats you, and those things were incredibly valuable. And he makes enough each time that he makes a profit, and he can move on without making his name by winning a tourney. So he deliberately creates this persona. His sigil is that of a snail to make people think he's really slow. His tent on the outside looks really kind of drab and boring. Inside it's very luxurious, but on the outside looks really drab and boring, so people don't think that he's like earned lots from this. But he is a professional jouster. Will we see him again? It would not surprise me. I don't think he's going to be the main character in anything. We've had 2 Duncan Egg stories now focused around tourneys. Maybe we'll get another one, but I think George R. R. Martin probably won't, in the next few stories, probably won't want to go back down that route again. I'll just quick flick through the chat. Andrew K saying Robert is too powerful to joust. He's been banned for precautionary reasons. Well, precautionary reasons so that I don't get hurt. Yes, absolutely. Benjamin asking about War of the Rohirrim. I have to admit, I've not, for a variety of circumstances, over the last few days, I've not had the opportunity to see it. So all I can do is pass on what I've heard from others, which is quite mixed, it has to be said. For those worrying about the law, then from what I understand, there are some big law changes, but it's not massive. They do tell the story of Helm Hammerhand. Some people say it drags a little bit. Some people think it's pretty good. But I've not heard anyone say that they think this is the greatest thing ever, or anyone say that they think this is terrible on every level. So that's probably where it is. The general feeling is that this is just an addition to the canon. This is something that Warner Brothers, as far as we can tell, reading between the lines, they had to produce another Lord of the Rings movie in order to keep the rights to be making Lord of the Rings movies. So they made this because this was an anime. It'll be a lower budget. They'll break even on this. I'm sure in the long run, Lord of the Rings fans will always want to watch these kind of things on streaming services all over the place. So, even if it doesn't do all that well in the cinema, then I suspect it's not going to lose money. But yeah, when I have seen it, I will definitely let you know what I think. And if you're actually, tell you what, if you have seen it in the chat, do let us know, and I will pass on what you say. VKM Spoog saying, I watched War of the Rohirrim this evening, and I enjoyed it. There we go. We get 1 thumbs up on that one. If you've also seen it, then let me know. And I will read out a few more reviews from people. Ranabim Mitra with a Lord of the Rings question, saying, I loved the ban of the Valar video and wanted to ask, why did the Valar reduce their influence on Middle-earth, especially when the Dominion of Man will be taking shape in the 3rd and 4th Age? If the Númenóreans proved that given enough time, man will falter, fall, and fail, doesn't it make their continued involvement to day-to-day quite important? Otherwise, doesn't this just bring forward the inevitable Dagor Dagorath? So, this is, as you'd expect from Tolkien, this is quite an in-depth thing. I would just say, actually, I've not mentioned this for a while. This is a charity stream, everyone. It's a just Christmas charity stream. This is in aid of Alzheimer's Association. Alzheimer's is an horrific disease. And what the Alzheimer's Association do is research. They do preventative work, and they also help out those suffering and those around them. So if you are able, please do be as generous as possible. If you just want to thank me for these streams, or just because it's Christmas, please do that. I would hugely appreciate it. And where was I? Yes, I was going to say about the Valar. No, the Valar. Uh, so they're like the pantheon or the sub-pantheon. It gets complicated with Tolkien, as I said, of gods within Tolkien's world. Above them is obviously Iluvatar, the one god over all. But these Valar are the ruling beings over Arda and Middle Earth and creation. Now, it does become obvious when you read through the Silmarillion that over time they start out being involved in everything, and then over time they kind of like shift back and back and back and back until by the time we get to the Lord of the Rings, you can read that without ever knowing that the Valar exist at all. And then they're sort of always shifting even further back and further back. So why? Why are they doing that? Shouldn't they be more involved? Well, there's a few layers of answers to this. One of them is that it does seem to be intentional on their part to take a step back. They saw when they have got involved, there have been huge battles with Morgoth to start with, also the War of Wrath, which have left the world scarred. And to a degree, they took a step back because they were there to help build and protect and oversee this world, and they were actually being part of the problem. So part of that was what was going on there. Part of it, they wanted to create a home for the elves and the immortal beings in Valinor. Part of it was that the dominion of man should be about humanity coming to the fore and being in charge of our own destiny, and not being micromanaged by the Valar. If the Valar were there always intervening and doing this here and doing that there, then humanity wouldn't be in charge. We'd just be sort of up to the whims of the gods, as it were, and that wasn't what the grand plan was. They were there to create, they were there to help, they were there to oversee, but they weren't there to be just always fiddling around. Once they'd done the things that they were supposed to do, which was create the world, which is oversee and make sure that the children of Iluvatar, elves and humans, both came into this world. Beyond that, firstly, their knowledge and understanding of what the plan was really quite vague. And they felt that their role was largely receding. The final bit of this equation, I think, is also, you say, surely this just brings forward Dagor Dagorath, which is basically the final battle in Middle-earth history. And I think the answer to that is that I don't think they necessarily saw that as a bad thing. This would be the way that evil was finally got rid of, and things could be made anew as they ought to be. So, yes, if them taking a back seat did help that come along, then that wasn't a terrible thing for them. As I say, there are many levels in Tolkien here, obviously. Train Surfer, thank you very much for the kind donation. Land of Always Winter asking if there's a historical event I'm most looking forward to being covered in the future Duncan Egg books. Well, obviously, for me, I say obviously, Tragedy at Summerhall. I mean, it's a long way into the future, but that's such a mystery. I can't wait for it. Yeah, it's so far ahead that, well, my hope here, I should probably just say, doing the Duncan Egg stories, George R. R. Martin does seem to enjoy doing the Duncan Egg stories. They certainly seem to be easier for him than obviously the writing the main series. So it wouldn't surprise me if he quickly rattles out a few of them whenever he does finish The Winds of Winter. But to get all the way through to the end of Duncan Egg's life will require quite a few stories. I mean, when he was thinking about it before, he thought 12. It wouldn't surprise me if it's more than that. If you think he's done 3 already, and he's got another one, Winterfell-based one, which is going to be in not too far in the future of that. He's thinking he wants to write one more going back, looking back to when they were in Dorne, and then there's going to be the Village Hero, which is going to be at some point not long after that. we're 6 stories in by that point, the ones that he's already planned, and Dunk and Egg are basically still children, or Egg's still a child. So there's a very long way to go. Um, but the fact that he did talk about potentially going back and doing something further back in the history does seem to imply he's not wedded to the idea of necessarily doing them all in order. So perhaps he might decide to skip ahead to the end and do it. Show us what happened at the tragedy at Summer Hall. A quick flick through the chat. Sit-ins for Sithis saying, is Bravos Amsterdam? Well, George R. R. Martin, in a recent-ish blog post, he's been blogging his way through his sort of, I don't think I could call it a summer holiday, but his month or so in the UK and a couple of other places. Pardon me. One of which was in Amsterdam. Pardon me. He said that people had often said about Bravos, it must be based on Venice, surely, with all those canals. He's not been to Venice. He'd love to go, but he's not been. He has, however, been to Amsterdam, which also has a lot of canals. And so that was probably in his mind for a lot of it. Not completely, and we shouldn't just sort of say it is this, or he takes inspiration solely from one place. I think he said in the same blog post that he also took inspiration from the Doges in Venice, the Borgias, of course. When we're going sort of more widely in northern Italy, there's a lot of things he took inspiration from in getting Bravos, but it is its own place. It's not just sort of from somewhere else. But yes, Amsterdam seems to have been in sort of physical form the thing which sparked the idea of Bravos most in his mind. And that's like a cat saying, I forgot to add my question on Patreon. Grease Goblin commented on A Song of Ice and Fire needing more than 2 books to finish. Do you agree? Have a nice Christmas and thanks for the great content. Well, thank you very much. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen that comment or video or whatever it is. Does it need more than 2 books to finish? I mean, it depends on how big the books are, really, doesn't it? The working assumption I think we have is the next book, Winds of Winter, will take us roughly up to the point where Dany and her invasion have reached Westeros, or about to reach Westeros, or have got to Dragonstone, or something along those lines, and perhaps when the others have got to the wall, or something along those lines. So that seems to be where we're going to end up at. Then the question is, can you finish that in one book? You could. You could if you wanted to. You could have the others killing huge amounts of characters very quickly. You could have Dany's invasion killing off huge amounts of characters very quickly, and it could all be over. But that doesn't seem to be how George R. R. Martin writes. So I entirely understand people saying this will take more than one book. I think instinctively, if George R. R. Martin finished The Winds of Winter and said, actually, this will take me 2 more books, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. I don't think it has to, but it kind of makes sense, yeah. Right, let's go to Ninja Robbo saying, hi, Robert. Hope you're doing okay. I am, thank you. Always look forward to the festive charity live stream. How does Ned know that Cersei's kids are Jaime's? He works out that they're not Robert's, but seems to immediately jump to Jaime being the father, and Cersei weirdly just admits it. Were there enough rumours about them prior to Stannis' letter for Ned to make that conclusion? Well, it's an interesting question. It's one that does come up quite a lot, actually, because it's not stated. We don't get the moment when Ned goes, "Ah, I think that's what it is." He just kind of makes the statement to Cersei, and Cersei kind of accepts it. Um, so we don't see how he gets there, but I think if you take, well, there's two parts to this. I think if you take a step back and go, the moment you've realised that they're not Roberts, the list of people whose they could be is actually very limited, because this is the Queen. Who has access to the Queen alone with the Queen, not just once but regularly, because this is three children over a number of years. So who is there who has access? And the answer is actually not very many people. And Ned has, for example, huge amounts of respect and regard for Barristan Selmy, who is in charge of guarding the royal family. So he won't think that there'll be some secret lover that nobody knows about coming in. It has to be somebody who has been with her. And so logically, Jamie is one of the very few suspects. But the second part of this, I think we do see the moment when Ned realizes. And this is from a Sansa chapter. And this is when Ned has decided they're going to leave King's Landing. And he basically says to Sansa, really sorry, we're going to break off the engagement to Joffrey, and we're heading back up north. And Sansa just sort of says, no, 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 I'm going to marry him. And then she says this. She says, I'll give him a son with golden hair, and one day he'll be the king of all the realm, the greatest king that ever was, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion. Arya made a face. Not if Joffrey's his father, she said. He's a liar and a craven, and anyhow, he's a stag, not a lion. Sansa felt tears in her eyes. He is not! He is not the least bit like that old drunken king, she screamed at her sister, forgetting herself in her grief. Father looked at her strangely. Gods, he swore softly, out of the mouth of babes. And I think that, out of the mouth of babes, colloquially, wisdom has come. And the wisdom is not just that we get clarification that Joffrey is not, because of the hair color. It's just that we get Arya saying he's a stag, not a lion, and then Sansa says he's not. He's not a stag. He's a lion. And that has to come down to Ned then makes this realization that this is who the father has to be. Okay, I think with that, I am afraid that I'm going to have to wrap up for this. So, everyone, this has been a charity stream. If you would like to donate, the charity donation button will be open after this stream ends. This is in aid of Alzheimer's Association, so please do go and do that. Thank you so much. I have got a few more questions from my patrons, which I will come to, and probably in my next live stream, which will be early in the new year. But this, for me, in terms of live streams, I'm going to be logging off now for the year. I'm going to take Christmas off and New Year. If you celebrate Christmas, I wish you a very, very happy Christmas and a wonderful New Year. I would love to thank my patrons for all their support this year. Thank you so much. Moderators, you do a fantastic job. Huge thanks to you as well. And anyone who's supported me, watch these videos, or you just happen to be passing by, peace and blessings to you all. So take care. Much love to you. Happy Christmas, and I will see you next year. Bye, everyone.